Check, check. I'd like to call the November 17th, 2021 regular meeting of the Fenton Community High School District 100 Board meeting to order. May I have a roll call?
Figueroa,
Here.
Haid. Here. Jalowitz. Redzinski,
Here.
Rago, Tingpo Kong.
Here. That's 4. We have a quorum. We have a quorum. Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Ontenko, please read our Fenton Belief Systems Mission and Bison Way statement.
Fenton mission statement: to cultivate successful, passionate, empowered learners through rigor, relevance, and relationships. Successful, passionate, empowered learners thrive when we provide a safe, caring, and welcoming environment. Diversity, equity, and inclusion unify our community. School and home collaborate as one. We champion innovative teaching, engaged learning with the state-of-the-art facilities. We infuse social-emotional learning into academics and culture. We prepare students to fulfill their civic responsibility. We immerse students in authentic life experiences. The Bison Way: students and adults at Fenton High Schools create a safe, caring, empathetic environment where we believe in each other, respect diversity, communicate openly, grow together, and hold each other to high expectations to become the leaders and innovators of the future.
Thank you, James. Recognitions.
Okay, good evening. We'd like to start out with honoring Victor Vasquez. If you come up, please, with your coaches. We'd like to honor Victor, his second year in a row, finishing as a state qualifier All-State. Congratulations. And we'd also like to look at all the support here. Your teammates are here tonight. But anyway, during the November 6th state finals in Peoria, you took 15th place, and all runners in the top 25 are considered all-state runners. And you have one more year left, right? Okay, we're going to be back here again this time next year? Okay, good. All right, without further ado, Coach Fritsch and Coach Earhart.
So as Dr. Benson said, Victor, for his second year in a row, was able to qualify for the state meet down in Peoria. Unfortunately, last year, the state meet was not held due to COVID restrictions. So this was actually his first year actually being able to compete there. And I knew that, from past experiences at the state meet that, there's two types of races that go on. There's the kids that go out trying to run and finish in the top 10. And then there's the kids that, are able to hunt down those kids that can't finish in the top 10. And I told Victor that going into the state meet, that your strategy that you've shown throughout the year of, starting the first half of the race easy and finishing the race hard, that's going to pay off at a race like the state meet. And he was able to put together a race that, in the last 10 years, we've had a lot of guys had the opportunity to be all-state. He was the one guy that's been able to put that together over the last, 12 years of my coaching experience. It was a very proud moment as a coach. It was a little nerve-wracking trying to figure out, had he finished in the top 15, because I saw him about 200 meters to go. He was about 20th place, and he was able to move up over the last 200 meters or so, and not only stay in that top 25, but actually was able to pick off about 5 guys in the last 100 meters or so. I don't know how much I can talk about Victor, how much he dedicates to his time outside of class. He's a fantastic student, but we always hear about people around town saying, "Oh, I saw that Victor kid running around. I always saw him in the morning before school." And it just shows you the dedication and the hard work that he puts in, not only during practice, but outside of practice as well. He's been our #1 runner for the last 2 years now, and I only can look forward to what he can hopefully achieve next year as a senior.
I'd just like to add that it's been a real honor to coach someone like Victor, and that's why all his teammates are here. They're hoping he can carry them into the state meet next year. So there'll be 7 or 8 of us up here, not just Victor, next year. So we're looking forward to that, and thank you so much for the honor today.
I'd like to thank my team who actually came to support, who made the season very enjoyable. For every workout, every run, it would I couldn't imagine running without them every day, every workout. I would like to thank Coach Fritsch and Coach Earhart for coaching me. It was I couldn't imagine how it would end up without it. And also, I would like to thank my brother who isn't here, who's working, but he also played a big part in coaching me too. That's all.
Well said, Victor. And now we're going to take a picture up front here, if you don't mind. All the way up front here. Yep, yeah, right over there where, yeah, go around. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Victor, you're in the middle, right there next to the president.
Here, you want the team up here too?
Let's take this one, then we'll share.
Basically, you stand, come forward, same with Kid Neal. See a little out of the light.
Rick, can we get the entire team here?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you want
Eric.
cross-country team?
Eric,
Come on,
your team up.
everybody.
The whole team.
Cross-country.
Come on, boys. Coach Fritsch, perhaps they can kneel down, let them know.
Okay. Yep. So guys, just kneel right in front of the group here.
Or do they want to sit? Is it better for them to sit or kneel? There we go.
Can you see him?
Got 'em all, Rick?
Okay.
So I texted Juliet. She's not here.
Okay, next slide, please. No slide? There we go. Tonight, we would like to recognize and honor the Chicago Bears donation to Bensonville and Wooddale 911 First Responders Fund. For all of us who were able to make the September 11th Remembrance program, it was extremely memorable, and I don't think any of us will ever forget it. And we couldn't really have done it without the support of the Chicago Bears, so we'd like to thank them this evening. We'd also like to thank Nike Corporation, as they're a big part of it, donating the T-shirts, and obviously also Duke Blues and Barbecue for donating the food for the event. And here tonight we have first responders from Bensonville and Wooddale, and I also believe some government officials. So let's give them all a round of applause for attending this evening. It's a tremendous show of support here tonight with you all here. Sorry we don't have more chairs. There are a few seats open if you need to sit. But anyway, I'm going to turn it over to Matt Lynch, who's going to say a few words, and then we'll carry it on from there. Matt?
Thank you, Dr. Benson. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Board of Education and Administration. On behalf of the Fenton High School football program, I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome our honored guests. Village of Bensenville Village President Frank DeSimone, Village of Bensenville Village Manager Evan Summers, Village of Bensenville Police Chief Dan Schultz, Bensenville Fire Protection District Battalion Chief Angel Reyes, City of Wooddale Mayor Nunzio Police, City of Wooddale Police Chief Greg Vesta, City of Wooddale Fire Protection District Chief James Burke, and City of Wooddale Deputy Fire Chief John Jow. At this time, instead of me coming in and saying any more words, I would like to introduce two of our football players, Zane Benyard and Richard Chavez, who would like to speak before you today.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Board of Education and Administration. My name is Zane Benyard. Thank you for this opportunity to stand before you today. On behalf of the Fenton High School Athletic Department and the Fenton High School Football Program, I'm truly honored to be here presenting a check to the City of Wooddale Mayor Police and City of Wooddale Fire Protection District Chief Burke. 20 years ago, on September 11, 2001, 2,996 lives were lost during the terrorist attacks. 415 of the lives lost were first responders. The events of 9/11 had an everlasting effect on the nation for not only the people who lived through it, but for generations to come. The class of 2022 is one of the first classes to consist of an entire student body not yet born during the attacks. Despite this, it's important to never forget the events that took place on that fateful morning, but also never forget the risk first responders face every day. We are truly thankful for all the work that goes into protecting our community and homes. Our thoughts and prayers are with you all each and every day. I'm pleased to announce that the Fenton High School football program, in conjunction with the Chicago Bears, Nike Corporation, Duke Blues and Barbecue, students, residents of Bensenville, Wooddale, and American citizens from across the United States, were able to fundraise through the sale of 9/11 t-shirts, concessions, monetary donations raised $12,200 for the first responders, the Village of Bensenville, the City of Wooddale, the Bensenville Fire Protection District, and the Wooddale Fire Protection District. It is with great honor that I present the City of Wooddale and the Wooddale Fire Protection District each a check valuing $3,050 to be used for the first responders. Thank you for your service to our community, and may God bless you. Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to introduce Richard Chavez.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Board of Education and Administration. My name is Richard Chavez, and on behalf of the Fenton High School Athletic Department and Fenton High School Football Program, I am honored to speak in front of you here today. Village President DeSimone, Police Chief Schultz, and Battalion Fire Chief Reyes, our thoughts and prayers are with you and all the first responders that risk their lives each and every day. You see, I don't know what it's like being a police officer, a firefighter, or a paramedic, but I know it's more than just making traffic stops, staying up late nights, and handling small disputes. The bravery and selflessness exhibited by first responders on a daily basis for the residents of Bensenville, Wooddale, and all communities across the United States of America is truly inspiring and heroic. These men and women wake up each day not knowing what the day will entail or what is awaiting on the other side of that phone call. thank you and your families for the sacrifice you make daily for the residents of the communities being served. In the climate we are currently living in today, people forget first responders are ordinary citizens that have feelings and fears. However, first responders suppress those feelings and fears for the betterment of society. I want to take this opportunity to say thank you on behalf of everyone who lives in the village of Bensonville and city of Wooddale. Thank you for everything you have done, and thank you for everything you will do. We send our prayers to your comrade, and I pray God bless him, his family, and all first responders with his grace. Now, it gives me great honor and privilege to present the village of Bensonville and the Bensonville Fire Protection District, each with a check for $3,050 to be used for first responders. Thank you for your service, and once again, may God bless you and your families. Thank you.
All set. Yep.
How about, before we take some more pictures, how about Richard and Zane? We couldn't have said it better, so thank you so much for coming. Give them a round of applause. And to our first responders. One more round of applause to our first responders, what they do every day. I'm right with you, the point guards are up front, Kevin.
Come on, now let's go.
We can scoot over, guys. Take a step to the right. Here we go.
He's gotten so good with both those cameras, let me tell you.
Okay, before everybody leaves, I would like Coach Matt Lynch to come forward. I know he doesn't want to, but he needs to. Come on, Matt. I honestly, you guys have no idea how much time this man put in to this program. The hours and hours meticulously planned. Meetings where he told us exactly how it had to be done. Right? Am I right? Yeah, I'm right. You know, I'm right. But it was for the best. I mean, it was an incredible program. It was his vision from the beginning, and he saw what it would be, and he put the time in, he put the effort in, and I just want to thank him. We're fortunate to have him as a teacher, as a coach, as a mentor, and I just think we just need standing ovation for his efforts. Thank you, Matt.
Well, thank you, Dr. Benson, and I guess I had no choice. I've been dodging Rick for a while here, so been making excuses not to be here. No, thank you very much. You know, I don't know if Mr. Antango remembers this, but when we met, when he came to hire me, I asked him 2 questions. I told him 2 things. I said, 1, you have no idea who you're hiring. And 2, that there be no one that's going to work as hard as I'm going to work for kids. And I truly believe that it is my duty as an educator and someone who's being paid by taxpayer dollars to give everything I possibly can to these kids and make sure they get an experience that they can take with them the rest of their life. So I don't look at the hours. I never look at the hours. I never look at what needs to be put in. I look at the fact that we have young adults here that we have to prepare for this world. And that's my only mission, is to make sure that when they leave here or leave, anything that I do or any presence that I have is that I gave them an opportunity to grow so they can go be successful in this world. And everyone always talks about the hours. The hours is nothing. I mean, I don't sleep, so what am I gonna do with those hours? So, so I might as well work. And I thank you for all the support and everything we do. In terms of the 9/11 ceremony, I was sitting in a high-rise on 525 South Van Buren. And, you know, I overlooked the airport at that time, you know, from the old post office. And on the 26th floor, and on the 29th floor was the Secret Service. And when those planes hit, you have no idea what it's like to be in a building where you got Secret Service scrambling and running around and shutting us down, and not knowing that, you know, taking for granted, watching those airplanes line up to go into O'Hare to watch them scramble to get down, and then to watch those F-16s take off. I didn't know O'Hare had F-16s. And when they took off, they took off. And so we're scrambling, and then to see the events and have friends in New York and a couple of them who lost their lives and the things that followed and transpired after that. When 10 years ago, when this vision first came to me, and I first developed this program 10 years ago, I knew that I'd always do it, because to me, every day first responders go, they leave their home every single day. They have absolutely no idea whether they're gonna return or not. We don't talk about what they see or what they endure. They don't talk about it. It's similar to the military. You don't ask a military service member what they've seen in war. You don't ask first responders to live those events. And for us to do this, to me, it's the least that we can do. So I thank you for your service, and you have our support and our prayers, and I pray that each and every day that you go back home to your families, because you deserve it. So, you know, Dr. Benson, thank you. Board of Education, thank you. Administration, thank you for all your support. It's truly appreciated. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do because I'm being paid by taxpayer dollars. That's all I'm doing. Thank you very much.
Thanks again, man. Thank you. Right. Our final recognition this evening is, this month is Board Education Appreciation Month. Thanks, guys, for coming once again. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Good night, everybody.
Let's give them another hand. It's hard to, that's hard to beat. Our next recognition here is the Board of Education. That's you folks here. And this represents your work pretty much. You know, it's, no one sees it behind the scenes. No one knows how many hours you put in. But to Kid, Paul, Patty, Sylvia, John, and Juliet, a sincere thank you for your leadership as board members here at Fenton Community High School District 100, especially during these difficult and challenging times of global pandemic, division, and attack on public schools. A sincere thank you for putting our kids first and supporting of all of our students-centered programming, whether it's the strategic plan, whether it's the portrait of a graduate, and other expanding the curriculum. Thank you for supporting our parents, Padres Unidos, Polish Outreach, PTO, Black Student Union, parent conferences. We see you there. We see you present. Thank you for providing a safe and caring and welcoming environment for our students and staff each and every day. Your work matters. Your work is important, and we truly, truly appreciate you. Again, thank you.
Well, that was fun. I just wanted to, this wasn't on the agenda, but we do want to thank the city of Wooddale, the residents that came out for the Shape of Wooddale, the annual event. We had taxing bodies there. Wanted to thank Itasca Bank and the Meshink family for for being gracious hosts, and also the Wooddale Junior High for providing the facility, the beautiful arts auditorium. So just want to get a quick shout out on that. What is on the agenda? We have public comments. We have public comments.
We don't
today?
have any this evening.
No, not today? Okay, great.
What?
Then we take it with James to informational items, please.
Thank you, President. We have a loaded agenda item here, but I would like to introduce Mr. Ed Sullivan from EOS Consulting. He will discuss the Phase 1 report, a quick summary there, an update with the Community Engagement Committee as well as the public engagement. Let's welcome Ed.
Well, thank you. Get some of my information out here. So it's hard to follow that act. That was awe-inspiring. It's very neat to see, especially someone that all of us that have lived through 9/11 and knew we were that fateful day. So I'm here to go over the Phase 1 report. As you remember from our hopefully, and I'm going to explain a little bit, we do a 4-phase process to engage the community and get the community to input to the board and to the administration what they feel is the future and the future direction. So this first phase, we just finished Phase 1. Really, when we talk about Phase 1, we're going with a broad approach. We want to talk about the challenges. We want to talk about the successes of the administration and the school and the students and the board. And then we really want to move on into the challenges that they're faces. Phase 2 is really more the meat of what goes on, where the community will see projects. They'll start to see numbers, or start to see displays, tax impacts and stuff like that. But this first phase is so important setting up the second phase, because we want to make sure we don't miss anything. We don't see anything that potentially will cause you problems down the line. And what we're seeing, and I'll get to that as I move along to the results at the very end, it looks pretty promising. Phase 3, we take, and everything builds on each other. Phase 3 will get more in depth into potential solutions to the challenges that are faced in the school and the district. And then phase 4 is where we come up with a final solution that could be a hybrid of all 3 or 4 solutions based off the community feedback. So phase 1, really, we talked about, and in our proposal to the board, we really covered messaging, community committee, public engagement, and then through all those, we got feedback through these feedback forms. And I'm going to go in through each one of these, and then finally, the feedback forms are really where we want to discuss. So messaging really was, how did we get to this point? Positives of the district, the challenges that they're facing, and really the path forward. But why do we do messaging? And that's really important. We're going to change messaging through each phase. But if you think about, I guess the best way to put it is an elected official. You keep them on point if they're in an election. You want to keep them focused on what they're there for, what they need to talk about. And so that's the same thing here. We don't want people going off into different directions and changing up the discussion points that we want to focus on to get us to the path of a community-driven plan. And so we put out the messaging. Hopefully you've all seen it. We've pushed it on to key influencers. That's one of the things that our company really believes in, is you don't want your elected officials or your business leaders or your senior leaders or your faith-based leaders to not know what's going on, especially the electeds, because that's where I come from. I wouldn't want to walk into a supermarket and someone say, hey, you know what Fenton's doing? What do you think about that? And not know. And so we really pride ourselves. And it sounds like we did a good job in bringing in Wooddale Mayor and I think 7 aldermen into the process. So we've already started that, which in reality we really focus on that in phase 2. So that's really been a good part forward. The community committee is, if you remember when we talked about how we gather data, and this is all going to be a data-driven process. We want to get you as many data points as possible to say, you know, what the community truly believes. The one way that we get it is your informed data points. And so that informed is we have these 17 members in the community. They come to a meeting. They get to see the presentation that we also did to the overall community committee. But they get to talk a little bit more. They get to hear a little bit more detail. And so we gauge where they are at the beginning of this process to where they are at the end of this process. And what that does for us and for you is to say where you can go to potential referendum or not, what it takes to get there, because what you're trying to figure out is they hear something, they learn about it, and do they change their minds, and how do we gauge that? So that's the informed approach. So, and like I said, that's direct input. They had a meeting October 14th. The next one will be at the end of the month. But they're also very important because they're segments of your community. And we want different cross-based segments of your community and folks that are leaders in your community, because we want them back out in the community talking. We want them to be the leaders for us to their friends and family and, you know, their community, talking about this process to get more information and collecting that and bringing it back to us. And so that's been very important to have a cross-section of the community to do this. And then we went on to public engagement, and that's really just talking to the public, inviting them in to have a presentation done by James. And then really what's been really effective is going on a tour and seeing the facilities. We really truly believe that will be something that will be very helpful in the long run. And I can give you an example of how we kind of gauge that. We did a community engagement for a different school district in 2018. And people were really, you know, they talked about ADA accessibility and so forth. And, you know, it's nice. Everybody likes ADA. And sometimes when we go on our surveys, it kind of falls on what people really want. You know, they want the shiny objects. And ADA is kind of like out there. Well, we had a student that would have to go up a flight of stairs in a wheelchair and in essence have to drag themselves up the stairs. And so when we put that out there, people are like, oh, that really is something we need. And so to visualize something is really an important process where we have it. And it looks like we certainly have capitalized on that, and we will going forward. And so we had 4 meetings, different days, different times to get as many people in. We had our information in Spanish. The last meeting was actually Spanish meeting. And so going forward, we'll continue that to reach out to all segments of the community. And like I said, similar presentation. The feedback forms, and this kind of leads into the next point, were also in Spanish as well. And if I can find what I did with those. And if you see them, they're in a narrative form. So this isn't, we're giving you ideas in bullet points like pick one of those. This is free-flowing ideas. So this is, what do you think? Tell us. It's not, in essence, if you give them bullet points of pick this, 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 or this, then you kind of lead the discussion. We wanted them to lead the discussion, and they did a great job. So we had thoughtful questions, all the meetings that took place, and obviously the administration handled it, and they had everybody out, and I don't think any question didn't get answered. So it really was a well-oiled machine as we went through it. And so we really got great feedback. But after every meeting that we took, whether it was a community committee meeting or it was the community engagement sessions or online surveys that we have through the website, we gathered data feedback through these forms, if you will. And we've put them together to try and tell you a little bit about what took place. And I want to go through a little bit of that, and hopefully you guys have that in front of you, but I'll read the questions and then kind of talk about, there's 7 questions that we went through. Some of them talking about the positives, some of them talk about, you know, what you think the negatives are, what the challenges are. So I'll just go ahead and read these and talk a little bit about them. Because this is the data that we're going to start building the program off of. This is the data that kind of leads us to the right direction. And the first thing we wanted to say was, were there no red flags? That's phase 1. What is the community thinking? What do they think about the administration? You know, if you have an administration or a school board that people are just upset with, this is the phase that we would find out. We clearly didn't see that here. But they also were very in tune with what was going on. So question 1 was really, what are our schools doing well? The top 3 things really feed into the schools doing well, and the parents and the residents know it. Academics had 19%, communication 13%, caring 13%, and college prep 7%. That tells me that people are in tune with what's happening here, and that's a good thing going forward because there's no red flags that, and we didn't think there would be, but you know, you've asked us to look into these, and so we have. Yes.
Can I ask a question? 19%.
So I skipped over that, so I need to go back, and I apologize. So feedback forms, we had 94 residents participate, 61 completed forms. So when I say 19% of the total answers for question 1, 19%, and because we had to kind of bundle them where we thought they kind of worked together, because it wasn't pick A, B, C, D, E, or F. It was tell us what you think. So we cataloged those into like-kind answers, if you will. And so that's where I'm getting 19%, communication 13%, caring 12% of the overall responses. Overall responses were 61. So it actually kind of works out. Of the 61 responses, 19 were academics. And it seems like that doesn't quite work out that well. But that is the, kind of looks like this, that we did. So that's good. Question 2, what challenges do our schools face? And so the top 3, facilities, 38% of the questions said facilities. Classroom space, 17%. HVAC, 9%. Those top 3 answers, if you will, represent 64% of the responses for that question. So what that tells us is you already have a population within your school district that understands the challenges that you guys face. And so that makes the job a lot easier to try and get to an end point of where we should be. What should we be funding? What should we be doing? And so we're very, very excited to see that number because, you know, it's not just us saying we need to do X, Y, and Z. It's them telling us, yeah, we think that's a big challenge that the school has faced. Question 3 was, what challenges and improvements would you like to see in our schools? So once again, we see a lot more of the same. Support for the path forward, for the facilities plan that you guys have put out there. So what challenges and improvements would you like to see to our schools? The top 5 answers all had to do with facilities plan. Larger classrooms, 16%, HVAC, 14%, health and safety, which, you know, generally we always see health and safety as kind of a big, especially in the years of what's been taking place in schools, health and safety has always been a top 5, and then in this case it's top 3. Updated facilities and athletic facilities. And so, once again, you have a population that's in tune with the needs of the school. So that's the second general question, if you will. And like I said, in phase 2, we'll narrow this into, and I could talk more about that when we have questions, we'll more narrow this into actual individual projects where people will see a little more meat on what's going on. Let's see here. Oh, I skipped over question 2B. What could we do better? So this is a question that we like to see because it could tell us a little bit about what's going on in the school, a little bit what's going on in administration and the school board, and it's something that you can take beyond referendum. We will be asking more of this as we go along in the future as well. And as I said, when Colin and I first came to speak to you, we said, when we leave here, we want you in better shape than when we came. And some of this data, as we move forward, will be something that you can look. So what could we do better? Updated resources, 20%. Athletic facilities, once again, something that is on the minds that we've seen now 3 times of the community, and also matches with what your facilities plan is. Communication with teachers and parents, 9%. HVAC is back up there. So our discussion points on really hot and really cold, I think, has already resonated with the folks that have showed up. Question 4, what resources do teachers and students need to be successful? Okay, and so this is another one of those questions where as we leave, you have this data, you know what they're going to be looking at. And once again, it also really supports the infrastructure plan as well. But you can take this data beyond here. And so the top answers that we got were technology. And so once again, what resources do our teachers and students need to be successful? Technology, that would be pretty much, everyone would say that because we are in a society where technology drives everything. So 28% of the respondents said technology, 14% said space, and 10% said life safety, 8% said state-of-the-art facilities. And so we're still seeing a lot of this discussion within these groups of people of the facilities plan and the idea of what the needs are for the district. So then we started to talk a little bit about what are they willing to invest? What are they willing to do? How engaged will they be? And so this starts to ask the question and transition into projects and transition into costs and tax dollars, which transitions well into the next phase. Question 5 is, are you willing to invest more in our schools to achieve some of the improvements discussed today? So are you willing to invest in your schools? To break it down. Yes, maybe, or no? Well, 68% said yes. And so it's a generic question, don't get me wrong. It's a generic, are you willing to invest more? Yes, that is great feedback. Maybe got 29%. Okay, so they want to hear more. And I completely understand that because we're asking a broad-based question of, are you willing? What I really like to see here is the no is 2%. So only 2% of the respondents said, no, I don't want to invest. That's really good data. That's an engaged community in my book. they like their administration, they like their board of education, they like their schools, and so they're willing to invest in it. If we had a problem that maybe we didn't know about it, it would show up here. It would show up of them saying, no, I'm not giving them a dime. And so that's what we like to see here. And that's why your yes number is so high and your no number is so low. And that's a great value. So the next question does not surprise us. And the question is, if so, how much would you be willing to invest monthly? How much is fair and appropriate for our community? So once again, broad-based. All right, so yes, you're willing to invest. How much? We don't really give them an answer. We let them kind of say to themselves. And so this doesn't surprise us. The highest number is not sure. And so that's 33%, that they're just not sure, need more information. That is exactly what we would expect. Can invest time. That's a unique response. Can invest time. I don't know if they thought maybe, all right, if this is going to be a referendum, I'd love to help. So that was an interesting. The next one is as much as possible. Once again, broad-based, that's 10%. So those are the top three. It drops off, and then we had some other responses that were 18%. In phase 2, this question will become more evident because we will then start putting projects. These projects will have advantages and disadvantages. These projects will have price tags. From those price tags, or those projects, we're going to pick 10 of them. We're just starting to work on that, as James knows. We just finished that today, going into phase 2. We will put 4 infrastructure solutions, from renovation to expansion to new to doing nothing or something like that. And we'll put price tags on that. And then we will say, what's it going to cost to fund these? Are you willing to spend a lot, a high, a low, a medium? And so we'll do 4 of those. And those will have total funding levels along with tax impacts based on an average house and a 25-year bond payment. So those will go out there. So this question 6 will really start to, you'll get traction. You'll understand what's going on. People will start to lay it out, where they're falling, what they're willing to invest in. And so question 5 and 6 will really go together, and we'll get some great answers. That's the assumption that we're going to make that going forward. And then question 7, really, once again, it's another question that helps you going forward. Let's say that the referendum doesn't pass, or you don't go to referendum. You might choose not to. I mean, we're not far down that path yet. And the question is, so once again, question 5 was, are you willing to invest? Question 7 is, if not, which improvements should be prioritized in the current budget and which should not be pursued? How should projects be prioritized? And so, it's interesting. The answers we get really goes along with the lines of what they're still thinking. They still want health and safety, HVAC, desk chairs, renovation, space, athletic facilities are the top answers. So health and safety, 36%. HVAC, 13%. Renovations, 13%. Space, 11%. So that gives you an idea, and it gives us an idea. As we build a final plan, some things are going to rise to the top. Some things are going to fall to the bottom. Those that rise to the top and those that fall to the bottom might still be needs that the administration has pointed out. But as you move forward, what do you stress? What do you, if you decide as a board to go to referendum, the next phase would be, how do you win? How do you engage your community? How do you present information? Well, you want to lead with your strong suits. Obviously, you don't want to lead with those that haven't really made the top. And so this question helps us with that as well. But we will go further into this question in the next phase. Phase 2 is really the nuts and bolts where the community can start seeing, what does this mean? What is this whole process about? There'll be boards that people can see. There'll be questions answered. And then from there, we'll take those responses and narrow it down to 3 or 4. What's our game plan? What's our plan? What's our community-driven plan that the public has told us based off of what the needs from your facilities assessment? So it's not like we're not using facilities assessment. We're telling them these are the needs, but then they're telling us what are the priorities. And so that will help you as a board make decisions going forward. And then obviously phase 3, we will do another survey. Phase 1 will, same thing. We'll do 5 community engagement sessions. We'll put this online. We'll push this out. We'll be working with the municipalities and all that to push this out to get as much data feedback as possible. And we'll move forward from there. So I've been talking for a long time, so I'll let you guys, yes?
I do have a question. Feedback forms that were completed, were they mainly from the tour or were they from online? Because when they say HVAC, how do they know about the HVAC? I mean, like, was it from the tour?
So the presentation talked about some of the challenges, and so to some degree they're hearing the challenges, and maybe that's influencing a little bit. But yeah, so mainly from the community engagement. Obviously, we had online, but yeah, the community engagement is the most. I think the Spanish night produced 22 of these responses, which is phenomenal. There's times you just don't, and what we found, and I don't remember if I talked about this, but we've done a lot of minority-focused districts, minority-majority. And what we've always found, when you engage folks, they're happy to be engaged because a lot of times they're kind of swept aside and feel slighted. So we really, really, really try to focus on bringing in minority participation to make sure that they're engaged. And quite frankly, that has, I can tell you we did Berkeley School District, and we were a little worried about that referendum, quite frankly. It was right when COVID hit and things got shut down, and then the election took place. I believe minority participation put us over the top. It was, I mean, I shouldn't say that we won pretty well, but.
Did we do a Polish night?
We did not do a Polish night.
Yeah.
We have done Polish, we've done Spanish, we've done Russian. However we want to move forward, we're happy to do it. I mean, there's a little bit more costs involved with having to translate. I think the Spanish we did in-house because we have a Spanish-speaking person on staff.
Can we get somebody in Polish to represent that?
I think if we're going to invest that much time, when we do a Polish night, there's usually 2, 3, 4 people there.
Okay.
When we do a Spanish, we're 65% Latino. Actually, our ESL speaking students that are Polish, there's 1. So our parents do speak that language. We do not see that language barrier there with its parents. Now, if we want to be thorough, yeah, sure, we could look into it, but that's what our data is showing us.
Okay, thank you.
What I would recommend is, when, and I don't know if we can do this, but when we have club nights like Spanish night or DSU has something, parents come out to that. Like is there an opportunity to present during those times, or does it have to be, when you plan
So if we have, going forward, we're happy to come to a club, or if you have a segment of your community that might have a big meeting, typically it's seniors, but we're more than happy to come out there, and especially on, let's say the process goes through and in March the Board of Education decides to go forward, that backside of education is really the best time for, and we can work with the administration to put together a plan if you want. However, we've done all sorts of, the core strategy side running the actual referendum. I can talk about this now because you haven't voted on it. I couldn't talk about this once you vote, but those are the rules. But you, as a Board of Education and the superintendent and the administration, can put forth an education program during the campaign. You just cannot say yes vote or no vote. And believe it or not, you can't say no vote. It's odd, obviously you wouldn't be doing that. But so that's the best time to do it. But at the same time, if you know that you're going to have these clubs or something, at the very least, we can put together a flyer to say, hey, here are our 5 engagement sessions. Please make one of them. So at the very least, we can do that. But if you have a big a big event where a lot of people will be there and you want to put on some type of abbreviated presentation or the full presentation, it doesn't matter to me, but I'm assuming if they're at an event, they're doing something. But an abbreviated presentation we could put together very quickly. And so just let us know, and we're happy to. Everything we do is customized for every district. And so some things work in other districts, some things don't work in this district. And so we are very ready to change on the fly. And if that takes a meeting that comes up, just let us know.
Yeah, and
I think it's fair to say too, we originally had 3 scheduled meetings. We've added 2, just to your point, Sylvia. Mind you, even though it's an English presentation, we do have Spanish-speaking individuals there ready to translate between myself and Jose at all of the meetings there. But absolutely, that makes sense. That's part of there was a Padres Unidos meeting, and we were saying, hey, look, we got to reach out to our community. There's usually 50, 60 people there. So we just took advantage of that. But definitely, we'll continue to audible and really take advantage of those situations.
yeah, when it comes to data collection, so this is where we're at. We're trying to gather data, and I would just, I'm sure you're doing a great job, and we're just probably wanting a fair representation demographically, looking at every part of the community to make sure we get their voices heard.
Sure. Yep. No, that is you have to, because the reality is your parents and people associated with this building, this school, only make up about 28 to 32% of the electorate out there. So if you're not getting out to the electorate, you know, it could be bad results down the line. And quite frankly, we want to do this because, as I said, you need to have the most advanced information possible to make the decision. We're here to help you. We're here to make sure that when we leave, 1, you guys can do it yourself, but 2, you know the wishes of the community, and you know, we don't want to, let's say we do go to referendum, we don't want to win 51-49. That causes you guys problems on many levels, and so we haven't had a close vote, well, except for one where we lost, but we've done pretty good at that job because we really are focused on that.
I just want to reiterate what Ed was saying earlier. You know, I like to say this, I speak a little Italian, you know, is il matematico is non un opinione, right? Mathematics is not an opinion. You could present whatever you want until you're blue in the face. But man, 100%, that tour is no doubt. You could just walk without saying anything. Anything. It's just there, 100%. We did have some negative talk during the presentation. Hey, what is this all about, blah? But man, go on a tour, 20, 30 minutes, they said, I'm for this. Whatever this is, I'm for it. So that's the kind of data that's not on that piece of paper, okay? I know Leah was at the presentation and John was there as well. So we do have some slides so you know what the presentation looked like for the folks that have intent, but I mean, all the administrators, any feedback from there? Because these guys stay up those late nights up here with me, and we're there on those tours. I know Michelle doesn't like to go to the locker rooms for some reasons, but any other feedback from there, Sam?
No, I would just say, I mean, the data's the data. I mean, I think people, even if they had questions, they asked it professionally. The vibe was positive. I know that's hard to quantify, but I mean, I think people there were interested, they were engaged, they were open. I didn't see any like outright resistance or like a lot of shaking of the head or anything like that. So I thought, and I agree with that. I'm no expert, but I think there would be more data here with questions and concerns in some form. And I know we're only in phase 1, but I think phase 1 is definitely a positive.
Now, Leo, you were also there at the Padres Unidos match. Any feedback there, so your fellow board members can hear from you?
Well, excuse me. They were eager to participate. They were asking how we can help you, how much we can invest in this. Can I have a shovel? Just let us know what to do, and are willing to help you. and please keep us informed how this process is, how we're gonna proceed, what is next, and just keep us in the loop. And they were eager to start, not today, but tomorrow.
You know, and so this data, when we ask how much would you be willing to invest, what you just said makes a little bit more sense from the can invest time. You know, so we have answers. Can I invest time? Can I help? How can I help? And that's pretty sure what those came from. And one thing about the data, you know, these tours were great, and we're going to use them in the next phase as well. But these answers were done pre-tour.
Yes.
And so that makes this data even more compelling, because you go through the tours, I'm sure we would have much different, better data. So we have great data, and then people took a tour, and if we got data after the fact, I bet you'd be different and more positive. And so that's what makes this even so much better. And we've already had a meeting and discussion about how we incorporate film and video and so forth, because that's going to be the selling point going forward.
I think that a lot of our students go home and talk about
Yes.
what's going on.
Absolutely.
I know for sure. That's why I asked about the age gap, because my daughter will call me, bring a jacket or something, you know.
Or a
like-
stinky.
Sure.
or
There,
something.
there's no doubt your comment is truthful, spot on, because the data tells us that. How do these parents know so much and are so engaged? Because their students are engaged, or their children, your students. So yes, you're 100% correct.
You know, but sometimes as a parent, I don't believe what my kid says when they said they complain about the lockers. They complain what they need. And as a father, I assume that they are just putting excuses. I'm serious, because I was in that side, because I got two kids that were over here. My son was complaining, my daughter was complaining about the music room, and first of all, I said, well, that is excuse because you don't want to learn. And I'm coming with them since they were in kindergarten. So I passed all the way for Chippewa, Tioga. I was part of the stage for the remodelation of Tioga. And I went to, well, we were together, Black Hawk, and they over here at Fenton. But the most strange thing is they were complaining about the installations. And I assumed that it was just excuses. But when we walk in, we see the difference. A lot of parents, they were saying as these installations when they were built, I said 50 years ago. So they don't even know, believe me.
Right.
They don't even know, they were not aware of what's going on, because they see a beautiful school in the outside, but they never work in the inside. So kids can help, but sometimes as a father, as a mother, we're gonna say they are excused to perform that well.
Sure. Yeah, no, I mean, taking the thoughts of all these parents is literally what we're trying to do, as many as possible, and we'll continue to, and you'll get a lot more data in the next phase, next two phases, for sure.
Any other questions, guys? We're good? Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Ed.
Okay, yep, no worries. Thank you.
Thanks, Ed. Now with that, it's fair for, I know the two board members showed up with the presentation. There's about 28 slides of the presentation. I want you to see it. I'll tell you what it is. It's celebration first, okay? Or celebration, then our challenges and opportunity, as Ed said. All right, so I'll machine gun through this. So it started off, this first slide, about 28 of them. Hey, look, we are passionate, successful learners here at Fenton High School. We're succeeding. Bottom line, our graduation rate has gone up, our freshmen on track, AP District of the Years. Not just academically, but also extracurricular. 6 state champion in the last 3 years, is that correct? Yep, 6 state champion. We're committed to equitable practices, and where does that show? We're talking about low income, student of poverty here. College readiness, 24%, much higher than the state. Graduation rate, much higher by 16% of all of Illinois. So these are facts, these are successes. Our staff are passionate through rigor, relevance, and relationship. We have loving and caring staff, coaches, administrators to assist with their students. And this is recognized, for example, our former board member, President Paul Wiedemann was recognized, as well as our teachers and coaches, kind of like Coach Lynch today. We have a average class size that is 22.1, one of the lowest in DuPage. We're a safe school, both social and emotionally, internet, cyberspace, as well as bricks and mortars. Fenton unites the community. Not only do we educate and provide learning for our students, but also our parents with adult basic education. We have Padres Unidos, Polish Outreach, BSU, and adult basic education program, and we invite our senior citizens here for free extracurricular activities like plays, like football games, like soccer, and so forth. Fenton has been a sense of a strength in the community in regards to the global pandemic. 250,000 free meals during the pandemic, and about 7,200 members were vaccinated. We were the first to vaccinate in the state of Illinois. Our parents, first responders, you know the story there. Fenton is committed to transparency and timely communication. We were not surprised that they were very happy with the communication here at Fenton. That was not the case maybe 7, 8 years ago, but we have weekly, monthly, and annual letters going out there. We're active in the website and social media. We have taken important steps to make our district more fiscally responsible. 5 years straight on budget with slight revenues there. We have one of the lowest bond and interest rate fund in the tax rate among DuPage High School students. We are the lowest, by the way. And Fenton's overall tax rate is significantly lower than the state. Okay. Even with all of this, we have challenges, and this is where the challenges come and opportunities come. We have a 1950s building, but our second-rate facilities are keeping our students from reaching their full potential. Pictures of, you could show this as much as you want, but until they see it with their own eyes everywhere, it's more powerful. Mechanical, plumbing, electrical. They know we got a flooding issue. That picture right there on the far right, far left here, it just shows you where the street is and where Fenton's is. Look at that, that's about 6 feet there. Small classrooms, small and outdated, cafeteria in the hallways. Security systems are old and archaic. Cracks in our floors, cracks in our playing field, indoor and outdoor. Once again, inconsistent HVAC. Some rooms are warm, some rooms are freezing. Safety concerns in general. This holds our students and teachers back in academics and extracurricular. We even, as you guys know, we can't host a soccer game here. We can't host a soccer game here or a track game here, and tennis for a while because of those tennis courts, as you know. Our kids deserve better. Our kids deserve better. With improved facilities and safe facilities, our students will perform better. They'll have the newfound sense of pride that comes with attending a school with 21st century learning environment, just like students in DuPage County, like your Elmersers, your Hinsdale, Lake Park, Leiden. Quite frankly, you know it and I know it. You're like, we have one of the most second-rated facilities in DuPage. They'll reach their full potential through blended learning, STEM, extracurricular, and sports. They'll have more opportunities to follow their passion, graduate healthier, more well-rounded, and ready for high-wage careers. The 1950s building, as you know, was 1950s curriculum with 1950s job. We're in 2021. We need 2021 education. We need 2021 facilities so we can have 2021 jobs and careers. What they had in 1950s, some of those careers don't exist anymore. What will happen in 2030, 40, that starts here and what we offer for our kids. If these are the futures we want for our children, we must act now. Every year, the improvements needed at our school becomes more expensive. The longer we wait, and the less we will be able to do. You know that $100 now is not $100 2 or 3, 4, 10, 5, 20 years from now. That's why we have launched a comprehensive community engagement process. Working together and sharing our ideas and passion, we will create a roadmap for the future of Fenton. Today is part of the formal community engagement efforts that will be conducted through March 2022 to develop a plan for the future of our schools that is driven by the community. That's what Ed's talking about. This extensive collaboration will ensure that our final community-driven plan is fair, fiscally responsible, and reflective of the wishes of the community. We stop there for questions. Then they do the survey. Then they go on a tour, and that's where we adjourn. That was the presentation. It takes about 2 hours. That they want to stay. I'm like, oh, it's 10 o'clock. I gotta go. And Sam was laughing. He's like, no, it's really it's powerful. We need all of our citizens to go through here, right?
I had two parents tell me that they were like, they're talking referendum, but until they took the tour, once they took the tour, they were like, oh yeah, I'm on board.
And as you know, we had elected officials. They were saying the same thing. So those are very positive. And we'll continue. Ed was talking about movies and videos. I mean, our kids are going home. They're telling the community what's happening here. So very, very competent board. So you've heard some of the phase 1 stages there, but I just want to reassure you, we're on the right path. We are passionate. Your administrator is 100%. This is the right thing to do.
Did he say in which phase will the dollar amount be?
2 and 3. That's in a month. That's in 2 weeks. Bruce? Yes. 2 weeks. Yes.
So in fairness, we had the city of Wooddale, and when are we having the village of Bensonville?
I'm still waiting on that email, sir.
That's from them.
Yeah.
I
Yes, sir.
just want to make sure
Yeah.
that we cover our bases. We don't want to alienate everybody. We've always been very good about that. We invited them. That's on them. When they get here, they get here.
And just to jump in,
Yes, sir.
that was a very good, the Wooddale officials that were there were a lot of them. It's a really good discussion, a lot of really good questions. So that was a great idea. And obviously, I agree, John, would love to do the same thing with Bensonville. So
Bensonville officials, like our fire chief, they know the building. Well, you know that, John.
Absolutely.
Also, city officials know the building because they had kids here as well. So
Even still,
Yes,
let's
I'm with you.
let's be transparent. Let's be equal. Let's
Yeah.
make sure we service 2 communities. We service both communities. We made the offer.
Yeah.
When they get scheduled, they get scheduled, as long as we made the offer.
I've been known to be pushy, so I'm giving them some grace.
No.
Love-
Not persistent.
Persistent, thank you. Maybe after Turkey Day. Great question there. Kit, any questions? Anything else?
No, I mean, I think, thanks for Ed for coming out tonight. I think we're moving in the right direction. Chamber of Commerce is, I know he mentioned business leaders, so we've got, taxing bodies, we've got, I thought that was poignant when he said, just overall community leaders, so, faith leaders too.
Yes.
Are we good? So equity?
We can keep on going? Moving on to equity report with Mr. Barago. Jim, we can't hear.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mike Brago, and this is our equity report. Let's kick things off by talking about the amazing things our students are doing. Our Asian Student Association successfully hosted a dance party in honor of Navratri, a Hindu festival. Those who attended learned traditional folk dance called Dandiya Ras. ASA also hosted a mindful meditation session on the morning of November 4th. Mrs. Rajendran and her crew did a great job, and those in attendance are asking for more. The Association of Latinx and Allied Students, aka ALAS, put together an ofrenda in honor of Dia de los Muertos, or Day of the Dead. Staff and students were encouraged to bring pictures of their loved ones and honor them on the ofrenda. This month's celebrations include Native American Indian Alaska Native Heritage Month. On November 4th, Diwali. From November 13th to November 20th is Trans Awareness Week, and the end of the week, November 20th, is Transgender Day of Remembrance. The Equity Podcast Club hosted their second lunch discussion around Indigenous Peoples Day and the rise of indigenous voices. Rich discussions took place around the importance of acknowledging the voice and history of Indigenous peoples. Mrs. Stowe, Mrs. Rajendran, and Mr. Mitchell is hosting the third session on November 17th. Session 2 of Grading for Equity book study took place on November 1st. Cohorts discussed topics around the case for changing approaches to grading, biases in traditional grading practices, and ways that possible changes can empower students and instill growth mindset. A big thank you to all the instructional coaches for engaging our teachers in meaningful conversations. Great discussions have taken place in our conduct committee meetings around student voice. The committee of staff and students are diving into topics such as dress code, disciplinary step systems, and restorative practices. Thank you, Mr. Madel and Mr. Castro, for facilitating the conversations. Finally, our district equity leadership team of 38 members is planning an end of the semester meeting to review and present our current status and future plans for each of the strand in our equity action plan. That wraps up our equity report. Until next time, have a great Thanksgiving holiday.
Let me make this a little bigger. Wait, let me put on my glasses. Okay. The positivity rate is at 2.7%. Next slide. Picture tells it all right there. In regards to the COVID cases, we want it to stay there. We don't want a spike like it did last November, but we know the vaccination is working. This is the basically the age levels there, and I really can't see that. Let me see. 0 to 19 is the highest, which is the red, and the lowest are 80 and older. They're about 90% vaccinated. Okay, next slide, please. This is pediatrics, 0 to 4 is the bluey, red, 15 to 19, and 0 to 4, I'm sorry, 5 to 14 is green. And the red is our student here, 15 to 19. Next slide. This is hospitalization, fantastic. I'm speaking to some of the leaders here. That's where we want it. You can see the double level there, so we want it to continue to get lower and lower so there's more hospital beds. Next slide. Deaths. Okay. And our Fenton numbers. Number one, the first graph says it all. In the last 3 weeks, we had 3 students that tested positive for COVID and 2 teachers the last 3 weeks. Staff that tested positive. Those are the numbers that we like. COVID updates. So far, any questions?
Was that right where it was the younger children that are getting COVID? They're getting infected?
Can you see, could you go to that slide?
Yeah.
Middle school
0 to
age.
14, 0 to 4 was the lowest,
Yeah,
because they're not out in the public. That was the first.
0 to 4, right.
yeah.
Okay.
The 5 to 14.
Yeah.
Okay, that's probably, they are out, John, but they weren't vaccinated until two
Right, yeah, the
weeks ago.
0 to 4, they're more at home. Up to 14, they just started the vaccinations. So it'll take time for that to catch up.
Okay.
Moving on, let's see, what do we got? Real quickly, Board of Education vacancy as promised. We notified the ROE right after that board meeting in October. We had the press release the next day as well. Website, emails went out to our folks to see if there are anyone interested in becoming a board member. Social media, all done on October 25th. Application was available, was also October 25th. Application deadline is November 29th. A good month there. Plenty of time for folks to decide if they would like to join and to be a candidate. We will, on December 15th, next board meeting, we will vote and seat the new board member. So more information to come on that in closed session. Open lunch pilot. Dr. Benson.
Great, thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, so we are looking to open lunch, and obviously the term pilot, we're going to try this out. We're looking at starting the second semester, so January the 4th. The purpose is allow seniors, so I'm going to emphasize that, seniors, open campus during their lunch period. The reason would be to create additional space, obviously during the pandemic. We're continuing to look at our distancing, even during lunch periods, and it's gonna provide us even more space as seniors are able to either go home for lunch, go to a local restaurant to have lunch. We will also have a grab-and-go type option, so if someone wants to grab their lunch and then go home and eat lunch and come back, that's acceptable too. We've worked on a parent permission form that we would actually look at sending out the end of November based on feedback. And also, we're gonna evaluate it as we go and then see how we're doing and then see how we're doing in February and then kind of go from there. So we do have a system that we have ready to go. We've been meeting for months because we knew that this would be a possibility for us, obviously, during the pandemic. Any questions?
I would just add to that, part of the logic, besides social distancing spaces here, where it's crowded to begin with, before pandemic, right? Kids were eating outside in the patio. We had the tent out there. It's too cold now, right? That tent is gone right now, so you have more kids, that 50 or 70 kids that went out there must go in. So that's a concern for us. Also, again, just to reiterate what Dr. Benson was saying, this is a pilot. You know, we'll assess. If it doesn't go well, shut it down after 20 days. We got to give it a shot. And once again, it's parent. If mom and dad says no, you can't go. It's not all seniors. I personally believe there won't be that many takers, but hopefully significant enough to reduce, to gain more space. It's a space issue, folks, right? It's not more tables, right? We can put as many tables as here, but we need to spread out, and kids need that space as well. So that's why we're going to go with this pilot. Any questions on that to make sure it's clear?
Has there ever been an open lunch here at Fenton, in the history of Fenton?
Not that I know of. Patty?
Yeah, not since
Leo?
we started in '09.
Yeah.
How long is the lunch period?
45 minutes.
45 minutes.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
it's longer than I thought. So
It
there
is.
is time to get out, get something, get home, and get back.
Exactly.
It's
Other
a-
high
it's a-
school.
Yeah, it's a
Go ahead.
great point. Yeah, by 45 minutes, there is adequate time. The other thing is, obviously, our kids typically aren't eating for 45 minutes, let's be honest.
Oh, yeah.
So there is some milling around and other things and talking to people, which we're not opposed to, but, you know, it's that sort of that unstructured time that, you know, it'd be nice to make sure we have more space and distancing available.
Yeah, and that unstructured time, though, is critical, because they don't get that.
Right.
You know,
Yeah,
they-
I mean, I'm
and
totally in
they
favor of
need
it, yeah.
that socialization that, you know.
Right.
How are we anticipating or managing, let's say, Uber Eats or DoorDash or things like that?
Well, that's a great point. We have more detail than what we're showing here tonight, but these are good questions. So what we would do is outside food needs to stay outside. So what we don't want is someone going to Popeyes. Sorry, James, I didn't.
That's my favorite.
I know. Don't take any offense by that. But someone to go to Popeyes, come back with a sack of chicken and then eat in the cafeteria. That's not what we're looking for.
Okay.
It defeats, exactly. So you keep the outside food out and then, so we have a system planned where, and we don't want, like you said, defeat the purpose. Don't go out for 20 minutes and then necessarily come, you know, take your time, have a good off-campus experience, hopefully, come back on time clearly, but,
Go away, stay away, come back to the next period.
well, yeah, that's another way to put it. But that's sort of the idea is,
And I think it's fair to say, too, this is not a novel idea during the pandemic. Other high schools are doing 211, 214, some of the bigger high
right.
schools.
We talked to other schools that have done this for a while and
Well, it makes
picked their
sense, let's
brain.
give it a try. If we have adequate time and they're doing it with parents' permission, we gotta try it. We gotta
Yeah.
exercise our options. I think it's a good idea.
It could boost businesses too, some businesses
Yeah, the local
locally, you know,
businesses, they
economy.
appreciate that.
like Popeyes.
Right?
Oh, Mama Maria's.
They just got 2 plugs tonight.
Yeah, they
There you
did.
go.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
Other questions? No.
We're excited. The kids will be excited as well. And once again, these are seniors. Next one is True Green and Geothermal. Once again, folks, this is just an update. It's in its neophyte stage, and I put it bright red note, exploratory stage, nothing concrete yet, okay? So really a good start here. But moving forward, we know we got to go with clean energy. We're exploring clean energies and solar panel and geothermal. As you know, in Illinois, it's all about solar or wind, but we can't do wind here, or geothermal, which is heating and cooling. Fenton is exploring solar energy and geothermal heating and cooling. Why? It's part of our strategic plan, sustain the future, which is basically finances, way to save money, okay? And the right thing to do as well. There's a new Illinois energy law and Future Green Consortium. What is that all about? The Clean Energy Jobs Act was approved August 2020, really for schools to take advantage of this energy, clean energy. In particular, we're gonna, like I said, it's about solar panels on our massive roofs. We got 300,000, Tommy, 300,000 square foot here, plenty of roof space, okay? And what's nice with this new law, especially for public education, they want education to start incorporating this initiative. There's no money up front for the district, no bond to sell, no levy, Bruce, you must be happy with that. No cash, no installation, no insurance costs, no maintenance costs as well. Future Green, which is this consortium of companies, will cover the costs. How do we save money? What's the bottom line? Saving comes from delivery and supply of energy. Okay, they don't have to use the wires anymore, right? It's all here. There's energy's not transferred anywhere or delivered. It's within our campus if we move in that direction. And we're going to learn more about it. They will be at the III conference. I signed up already. It's a 9 o'clock Swiss hotel. If anyone would like to join me to hear more about that. They're also going to talk about electric buses as well. Another thing. I think we put everything on the line. We look at everything here and listen to what it says. I've spoke to other individuals like Huntley School District. They're in, what town is that? McHenry County. They're saving $250,000 on their energy bill as well. Geothermal, Michelle, do you remember that? In McHenry, which we visit as well, with the cooling of water and heating of water, they're also hundreds of thousands of saving. And just year after year after year, it's there. So it's our time to take a look, especially if we're planning to do some capital projects.
Yeah, I would think we need to coordinate with them with our capital projects, because I'd hate to have this go in and then we remodel and it creates a disruption, because somehow I don't think it's always gonna be free.
Correct.
You know,
Yep.
so we gotta coordinate this right. We may have to delay it, you know, just
Right.
so we don't create problems.
Right, right. John, you hit it right in the nose. There was definitely, they reached out to all the superintendents. It's not gonna be always free pretty soon, and they're encouraging school districts to get on the queue, get online, and to make sure that you take advantage of this opportunity. That's what we're gonna look at. III, folks, once again, I'm gonna put the plug on that. Let's go and watch that one.
Yeah, I'll go with you, James.
Okay. That's the end of my report.
Okay, well, next is our consent agenda, and we start with the tax levy, no, financial reports. Any questions? Any questions? Okay. So if we don't have any questions, may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, can I get a roll call?
Figueroa,
Yes.
Haid,
Yes.
Jelwick,
Yes.
Radzinski,
Yes.
Team Popon.
Yes. And motion passed. Next is our discussion items, and we'll go with the tax levy, 2021 tax levy. May I have a motion that the Board of Education adopts the following 2021 tax levy resolutions and certificate as presented. Resolution authorizing final aggregate tax levy for year 2021. Resolution authorizing and directing certain special purpose tax levies for the year 2021, and certificate of compliance with truth in taxation law.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Okay. Thank you. Can I get a roll call?
Well, Bruce, could you just recap it really quick?
Sure,
I mean,
sure.
Thank you.
Last month, we presented on the estimated tax levy for the 2021 levy, that is. It would be an increase of about 3.89%, and that's compared to the 2020 extension. We don't, it will not exceed 5%, so there's no need for a hearing, public hearing, so we're not required to do that. And it's unchanged from October, so this levy, final proposed levy provided tonight here is the same as what you saw last month. So we're recommending to approve the two resolutions as well as the certificate to move this process forward, and then we would file it accordingly with the County of DePage.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, so we got a motion, a second. Can we get a roll call, please, Mary?
Yes. Haid,
Yes.
Jalowick,
Yes.
Radzinski,
Yes.
Yes.
Figueroa, Tinkopong.
Yes, and motion passed on that. Next is the Shared Services Report. Questions, reviews, anything like that?
Can you refresh me on what this is? I kind
Sure,
of get
we
it,
could-
but I'm not
Bruce, yeah.
100% sure.
You may,
The levy I understood, believe it or
yeah,
not. This
no,
one I'm not quite
that's
sure
a
of.
fair question, sure. It's included in our annual financial report as well, so just so you, but we pulled this out, it's required to be acted on separately by the board. But it really is an attempt to improve fiscal efficiency through shared services or outsourcing of services. So if you look on the report there, that's straight out of the annual financial report, it kind of lists all the things that we do to either collaborate or insurance pools,
We're
for example,
documenting
or
our
other
cost
different.
sharing basically and reporting it?
Yes,
It is
so-
that simple?
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah,
then I
yeah,
did
so
understand
it's
it.
pretty-
It just
yeah.
didn't seem to flow right.
Yeah,
I'm
it's,
sorry.
yeah, that's all it is shared services, outsourcing, and reporting out on it and what we do. But part of the process is then to approve it by the board, and that's where we're at tonight.
So may I have a motion that the Board of Education approve the report as on the shared services and outsourcing for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2021.
So moved.
Thank you. Can I get a roll call?
Jalowick,
Yes.
Radzinski,
Yes.
Figueroa,
Yes.
Haid,
Yes.
Tinkopong.
Yes, and motion passed. Next on the agenda is the unit ventilator installation. Did we want to review that, or are we clear on that?
You know, so STR, we put out bids, right? We put out. we
For
got
this
three-
in particular?
Yes.
Yeah, we
right?
sought out proposals, yeah.
Okay, but, I was kind of confused, but so we went to them and said, you guys approve of this bid? I mean, like, what?
Yeah, we've worked with them. This is kind of an ongoing overall, air quality improvement year for us. We have some funds from the ESSER funds that we're using to fund these initiatives. And the ionizers, you probably remember a couple of months ago, the board approved that. That's been installed throughout the building. This particular area classroom is kind of off on an independent classroom almost, if you will, that needs some attention and better airflow, better quality, better purification, that type of thing. So it's an independent standalone unit ventilator that would go in this classroom that would improve the air quality in that
Yeah,
area.
for this, there was a sense of urgency, not that there isn't for everything, but for this in particular.
This is the chemistry, this is for the.
Yes,
ventilation.
right, that
Yes,
unique
yes.
room. And so there was a sense of urgency to move, and we had the funds available, so.
Okay, but I'm just like, so we just approved it, or
So
had
we- yeah,
STR
there-
approve our,
Yeah, we did. We worked with STR, our architect, obviously. We purchased the unit itself, so we saved by directly purchasing that from the manufacturer. We're still waiting for it to come in, but this is for the
Is it on a barge in
installation portion, so-
California, or?
Yeah, actually, they're out of Elmer's. I'm not
Oh,
sure where the
good,
parts are
good,
coming
okay.
from, but hopefully, we hope to get it by, our break, winter break. But this is for the installation portion of it. So we worked with them. They drew up the plans, the drawings to install the unit, and we needed their expertise to handle that. And they helped us seek out bidders, and that's where we're at. So we had 3 proposals come through. We've worked with all these contractors before. We're solid with them. So,
So who says not it says, deductible or deductive alternate 1, 2, and 3, but it says not recommended?
yeah, we looked at, well, it was some additional things for patchwork and replacing some flooring. We decided to save some money to do that internally on our own.
Okay.
So that's why we're doing that
Okay.
$5,400 savings. So we wanted to drop that as much as we could, so.
It's 5,400.
5,400, thank you, yes.
So this'll, looking at the architecture, looking at possible changes to our building and upgrades, this will fit right into the process. This won't be, this will just acclimate right into the, let's say, any renovations or new updates that we do.
We're hopeful, but it'll fit in with our initiative to improve the air quality throughout the district right now.
It's hard to predict. I mean, we can't, like I said, there was a sense of urgency here to get this particular unit in and done. Whether it will mesh with the overall HVAC, a new potential HVAC system, we'd have to see how that's all gonna be configured.
It's gonna depend on what we decide to do and what we spend, so
Right.
hopefully it will, but it may not.
Right.
We're getting this out of ESSER money, it's definitely a necessary
That's right.
need, so,
Right,
I mean, we gotta continue to operate until we know for sure what we're
right.
gonna do.
But your point's well taken. The last thing we wanna do is engage in projects that would be redundant or do something different,
Right,
depending-
Band-Aids.
But I think the
Exactly,
unit would be,
right.
we'd be able to relocate them where
Sometimes.
necessary, so that's,
Yeah.
yeah.
Repurpose, relocate.
Yes,
But then also, we're using ESSER funds,
we are,
Mhm.
which is use it or lose it.
correct.
Right, right, right.
Right, absolutely.
You could sell it later.
On OfferUp? Okay. Right. So, any other questions on the okay. So I may have a motion that the Board of Education approve the lowest proposal from Oak Brook Mechanical Services, Inc. that includes the base proposal, less the alternate deductions of $5,400 for a total cost of $38,148 for the installation of a unit ventilator.
So moved.
Thank you, thank you. Can I get a roll call,
Budzinski?
please?
Yes,
Figueroa,
Yes.
Hay,
Yes.
Yes.
Jalowick, Ting-Po-Pom.
Yes, and motion passed. Disposable of surplus district property.
So we do have some desks that, these are older desks that are one-piece desks, so they're not probably the most conducive for high school kids, I guess I would say. I have a hard time personally, but not that I'm sitting in them all day, but they are a little bit, on the small side, I guess you will, could say. The other thing, so we replaced them with furniture that was paid for with ESSER, so it was really to promote social distancing, better configurations, easier to, reconfigure classrooms into small work groups and things like that. So those desks have come in, we've deployed them throughout most of the building. We still have a few to put out there as we're running out of space, so we need to remove these in order to bring on the new ones. So that's kind of where we're at right now. So we do have, we were contacted by one of the private schools in town, Catholic schools, that asked for some desks. We're recommending that we provide the 60 desks to them. The other ones, we'll get, remove them in the most responsible way that we can. Either sell them, or there's other schools that have an interest that want to take some. But we do have, I think I put on there 900, and that's, we're saving some to keep here, but we're not getting rid of all of them. But majority of them will be, we're recommending to move out and make room for the new ones that we have now.
Patty, did you have a question? I thought you might, okay. Then may I have a motion to, for the Board of Education to approve the attached resolution authorizing disposal of surplus personal property.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Figueroa,
Yes.
Haid,
Yes.
Galloway,
Yes.
Redzinski,
Yes.
Tinkpopong.
Yes, the motion passed. Next is the course catalog, the 2022-2023 Fenton High School course catalog. Michelle.
That's me. And I get my own clicker. Usually Jim, this is a pretty special day.
How'd you pull that off?
Nobody ever gets one of these, so thank you, Jim. I'm going to present to you our course catalog proposal for next school year. This is probably the equivalent to the school budget that Bruce does in the curriculum and instruction world. We present it around this time every year so we can start course selection and registration and scheduling.
Can you
And-
move your microphone just a little bit closer?
Yes, is that better?
Yeah.
Thank you. So this is a lot of long-term planning that goes into not just about pulling the actual catalog together, but all the content that goes in it. And this one's particularly exciting, I think, for a lot of people because it's a major overhaul that we've been working on for a while in our elective areas. And we're excited to share it with you. It's probably the most significant changes we've created in the course catalog since I've been here. So hopefully, in a good way, and hopefully you all feel like that by the time I've taken you through this. I'm going to try and take a step by step, so it's very clear and it's well outlined exactly what changes took place and why. But I also am not going to keep us here till 11 o'clock at night, so hopefully. So I'm going to take you through the career programs of study first, because that's where the major overhaul is taking place. Then I'm going to just outline what exactly are the new courses and what exactly are those archived courses. Most of them will be in those career programs of study. Then I'm going to actually take us into looking to the future a bit, because there's some new courses in our planning that we'll introduce this year, but there'll also be some for the following year. Although I'm not asking for approval on those this year, I'm giving you a heads up of what's coming so you can kind of see the plan in its entirety. And then miscellaneous revisions that are just like course name changes or minor revisions in the course catalog that are to note. Finally, I'll take you through some next steps so you know kind of what happens after this. So we are going to begin offering career programs of study. If you remember in our Career Pathways update last board meeting, this was one of the goals of the Career Pathways Committee. And it stemmed out of some ISB legislation, some national legislation, and there's been a ton of work on behalf of the elective teachers, Eric Caranda, Brian Augustin, who are a couple of our division leaders. I mean, this was a labor of love, right? It was a lot of work over the last year and a half to try and reorganize. So why do we do these career programs of study? Ooh, that is very small. Sorry. First of all, we needed more clarity and structure for students and parents during course enrollment. I have a lot of friends with teenage kids right now, and they call me all of the time during course enrollment time and say, which electives should my kids take? Not all of them go to this school, none of them actually. But it always makes me think, wow, there needs to be some structure to this to make it easier to navigate how we make these course selections. Beyond that, alignment to ISB college and career readiness indicators. One of those career readiness indicators is that our students can complete a program of study. So if we build it into our system, we already have one at least for them, as well as the 25 community service hours. So we're trying to build systems that will automatically make them college and career ready based on those indicators. This is a big one. We need to comply with the Perkins Grant to optimize our funding. So how we chose courses, course names, course descriptions, course sequence is all very much guided by the Perkins Grant. Because if we sequence courses,
What grant?
the Perkins. So that's a
Perkins.
federal grant, but ISB has its own particular guidelines. So if we sequence courses in a certain way, we get extra funding. If we run certain courses to the specificity that the Perkins grant has laid out, we get more funding. So we went through and hashed out every one of our courses and said, does this qualify for funding? What do we have to do to make sure it qualifies for funding? And what order do we need to put these in to optimize the funding? So that was a huge piece of this. Finally, it presents our students with progressions of coursework that leads to deeper learning experiences, college credit, career credentials, and workplace experiences. So all of that is now really combined and meaningful in how they progress through their elective coursework. I'll give you some examples. So what is a career program of study? It's a coordinated sequence of courses that includes employer-informed competencies, credential and certification opportunities, and college credit opportunities. I provided some attachments, and it has the career areas that we offer, or the career programs of study. There's actually 15 in all when you take a look at all of them together. And then I gave you some definitions of the course levels. So let me take you through the career areas, and then I'll take you through the course level descriptions. So ISB has 7 major areas, and we have, from those 7 major areas, 15 programs of study that we'll be offering. We used to have 32 different, I think it was about 32, let's not quote me on that, about 32 different areas represented, but they were like single courses all over the place. And when they're represented in single courses like that, we don't optimize the funding, and we don't give students the opportunity to go in depth in some of their learning. So what we did was we narrowed and we focused, and we narrowed it down to 15. I know it still seems like a lot, but it was a lot less than what we had going on. So these are our areas. Some of them are more general at this point because we're just not there in the planning to have it laid out in levels. Those are the ones that say general. But any of the ones that do not say general, multimedia communications, musical arts, visual arts, finance, business, computer information technology, health science and technology, culinary, education, law, public safety, government, public administration, nutrition and wellness, automotive trades, building construction trades, robotics, engineering, and manufacturing. So what do I mean by these course levels and the coordinated sequence of courses? We're going to have introduction courses. Most of them will be semester courses. This is the first course in any program of study. We want students to take more than one of these in their freshman or sophomore year. Take as many introduction courses as you need to, because at some point, you're going to have to pick a skills course. And that skills course is going to be a year-long course. It's really where the meat and potatoes of that career area take place. And some of our programs will have advanced course. Sometimes that advanced course will take place here. Sometimes it might take place at TCD, right? And then we'll have workplace experience courses. We want to encourage our students to participate in a workplace experience before they graduate. We want our students to try on life when they can.
So those are 2 different things, the skills and the workplace experience
Yes.
are 2 different things.
Yes. Yeah, skills is like the coursework that would take place in our environment, the workplace obviously, on site. Students do not have to take an advanced course in order to go in a workplace experience, right? So we really want to encourage that. So you'll see in our new courses, there are, I should have counted, I'm going to say about 15 new workplace experience courses. We had to organize them like that because of Perkins funding. We had to title them individually. Although we see those kind of being stacked together, and one teacher might be teaching 5 of those areas at one time, because they're helping facilitate on-site, get them placements, and things like that.
In terms of workplace experience, like, how, what's the word I'm asking? How extensive is the list?
Hold on. It's, I think, about 15 of them,
Okay.
because each one of the programs of study has one, if not two, depending on.
Okay.
Okay, so, and how extensive they are in nature really depends on our partnerships that we've developed. Our manufacturing and our computer information technology workplace experiences are robust because we work in coordination with the ROE and a non-for-profit called GPS. They help place our students, they get them in, whereas some of the other ones, we're just trying to call the local accountant down the street and say, will you take a kid and really work with them, and we'll work with you with them, right?
Have we already established partnership with
In-
all of the work?
Not in all of them. This is very preliminary. We've got them on the books, but some of them are very initial at this point, and that's going to be the goal, really drawing them out over the next couple of years. Here's some examples, and I picked these. I didn't go through all of them, but I'm happy to talk about any one of them you want to. I picked out the ones that I thought had some of the most impact on what we're doing. So we used to have just a graphics production program, which was great. The students made t-shirts, cups, anything you can think of. When we read the Perkins document, it said, this isn't just about production. This is really about the design, the communication that you're trying to accomplish. What are you trying to sell? What's the narrative there? And how are you using your design to accomplish that, as well as the production? So we have to go back and we had to rethink and call it graphic communications and production, advanced graphics communication and production. And then you'll see on some of these, we have courses that will say beginning 2023-24. Those are not new courses for this course catalog. Those will be for the following year, but we're thinking ahead of what needs to be in there, okay? Finance and business, we're moving to, they can either focus on entrepreneurship and then into international business and marketing, or accounting principles and that financial piece, so investment management. This is new. We cut a lot of business courses out, like sports and marketing management, and I'll go through them in a minute, to really get this focused. And we wanted to bring in the international business and marketing more than anything. We thought that was a really important experience for students. Once again, you'll see at the bottom of each of these, there's college credit opportunity. One is when a student takes a TCD class in the graphics, or multimedia and television production, they actually already have dual credit aligned with DuPage. And for us, if a student takes an AP course, they can earn college credit if they earn that score of 3 or higher. Automotive trades is another area. You can see we have the opportunity as an advanced course for students that, once again, to go to TCD, or beginning in 2023-24, we want to focus on hybrid mechanics. I'll be honest, this might look like more electronic mechanics, but this was the only course title available through Perkins at this point. So we wanted to aim at those high demand, high growth fields.
With the students, I know you're saying that they kind of work together with the Perkins grant, but are those courses that the students are interested in?
We will see. We will see. We are collecting data from students. We purchased a new program called U-Science, where all the students can take aptitude and interest, and we will be getting those results by the end of the semester is when the deadline is going to be for them to finish it, so we can concur that our advanced course selections are going to be correct. But we also we've done the research on high wage, high demand, high growth fields to know what's going to be important for them.
Michelle,
yeah.
sorry to interrupt. When we're talking about mechanics, I get a sample and my kid. He learned it, he mastered it, he worked in the local business. And that is the reason he entered into the Marines, because he was a mechanic. And it stayed for, I believe, 2 or 3 years. And I just gonna say that program works.
Yep.
Whatever kid is interested, if they wanna master it, they will.
Yep. Mhm. We also have to ensure that our teachers are qualified and educated to teach the new coursework, so that's why it's still anticipated. We have to dig a little bit deeper into some areas just to make sure that's going to work. Then we have robotics, engineering, and manufacturing. We've always done PLTW, and it has always had robotics, but we really feel like that word robotics needed to be in the title. And we needed to emphasize to students when they're signing up for this that
PLTW is Project Lead the Way.
thank you. We needed to ensure that they know that they're going to be experiencing education in the area of robotics. So we added that term in there. And then in 2023-24, we anticipate adding PLTW Computer Integrated Manufacturing, as well as PLTW Environmental Sustainability, which might be great while we're partnering with our green energy partners. Maybe our kids can get involved as well. So once again, we'll see at the bottom the workplace experience as well. That's the only program of study that actually we haven't found a certification or a dual credit with. So we'll keep working towards that. But you'll see in each one, there's something on the bottom that's either a certification or dual credit.
Can you utilize like the first robotics with that, with the?
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. Yeah, we can add that in for next year.
In robotics probably includes automation and artificial intelligence.
I would say the computer integrated manufacturing and the environmental sustainability will, or the automation might show itself also in the computer sciences.
Okay.
So as we start to develop the advisories, we have to have an advisory for each of these programs of study that we work with industry leaders or at least company partners that can help us inform how we continue to build these out. So this is based on our knowledge, some collaboration, but we have to have an advisory for each one of these programs of study. And that I think will help us.
Someone on staff, right?
No, it has to be a staff member, student, parent, an industry professional, and a partner, and that could usually be like a college partner. So I would hope that we would also have maybe a K-8 partner at that table too. So that's our next step with these programs of study. This is just to kind of
Well,
get them
that's
going.
where you want to get it started because it lights the, you know, the fire there.
Yeah.
And, you know, because if they have no interest, I mean, if there's been no interest, it's hard to
Yeah.
light it at this age.
My initial conversations with them have actually been great. They're doing a lot in the STEM areas, which I think is great, but we also have arts and communications and education and training. That's, I think, another one. If we look at education and training, we are moving from a simple early childhood programming to early childhood and elementary education. We want to open and broaden the scope of what students see as career opportunities, not just in early childhood, but K-8 as well. So we will be moving to a situation where we will have students on site at elementary schools.
Instead of bringing the kids in here?
Yes.
Is that-
Mhm.
So on the chart, it said that early childhood had been archived?
Yes, so it's now early childhood and elementary
Okay.
education. So a lot of those archives find themselves in the new courses for this year or the following year, but some of them are just combined into new courses. Some of it's gone, like computer gaming, but most of it's represented somewhere in here. So,
Just for the sake of time, how many more slides do we have?
not too much, I'll keep
Oh,
going.
okay, okay.
Okay. Building and construction trades is the other one I wanted to show you guys because we wanted to do PLTW, civil engineering and architecture. I know we had a conversation about architecture last year. I wanted to make sure you all knew this is what I was trying to allude to. It's going to be repackaged in another form moving forward. So that's where we hope to see it. Right now we do woods, and we really want to see us move not just through woods, but really building construction trades so they can move beyond just a wood shop and be exposed to a lot of different careers in the building and construction trades. Information technology is one of these as well. So you're getting the sense, the intro, the skills, the advanced, the workplace, certifications, college credentials, those are the other ones down below. I put them all in your packet, so you can take a look at all of them. If you have any questions, I'm happy to.
What was the AWS?
So that's the Amazon Web Services. They actually have their own site where students can go on and earn certifications that make them work ready and can have higher wage jobs even at age 18, sometimes even before. So we want students to get and learn those skills of like behind the scenes networking. I know it's not called behind the scenes networking, but you know, software networking and things like that. And Amazon offers those opportunities. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Amazon Web Services has the market share on platform. But most websites, most merchants have AWS. It's quite remarkable, so it's good.
Yeah. So what I did here was I outlined for you just the new courses and the archived courses. You pretty much saw all of them represented in what I just took you through. At least most of them, yeah, if not all of them. The only one that's not in the elective areas is the community-based learning. That's actually out of special education. We had life skills courses for students who really just, our job with them is to get them ready for life and get them ready for career. And what we're doing is we're blocking their social studies and science courses along with their consumer ed course. And we're giving them 3 whole periods together so they can actually get out into the community and practice life how they need to. And that'll be called community-based learning. And those are all of our archived courses. Looking to the future, these are the ones that all said beginning 2023-24, Foundations of Teaching. That will be a dual credit, hybrid mechanics, civil engineering and architecture, environmental sustainability, computer integrated manufacturing, multimedia, interactive design, biomedical innovation, and AWS Web Services Academy. We had some miscellaneous changes, like changing introduction to engineering to intro to engineering and robotics. We changed business enterprise to entrepreneurship. We changed nutrition and culinary to just plain culinary, so our students weren't getting confused with another course that we already have. Internship is now called miscellaneous workplace experience. All of our ESL courses are going to be changed to ELL or multilingual. The state changes the way we represent those courses every so often and to be more inclusive in its language. And that's kind of like what the vernacular is right now, so we changed all of that. In the multilingual services, which was previously ESL, we are calling content reading, content literacy, just a very minor change. AP Computer Principles is now grades 9 through 12, so it'll be our first AP offering for freshmen. And music production will be available for 9 through 12. We're hoping that helps with some of our music numbers. And consumer education will now be available grades 10 through 12, where it used to be just 11 and 12. So that can open up some more opportunity for elective further down.
So what did you say about the community-based learning? Like if they go to TCD or no?
So this is for our students who have IEPs that are pretty significant in need, and their transition planning has to be pretty significant because we can't just expect they're going to leave and be ready for life. So we have to do some real heavy-duty programming and actually let them experience life. So this is to take them out into the community.
Okay. So it's for the kids with IEPs.
Yeah. And then our next steps, December, if you all think and approve this motion tonight, our students will be presented with these new course offerings and begin registering. When we get back from break, counselors will start meeting with students to finalize those selections. There will be a staffing plan developed and shared with the BOE, which is all of you, in March. And then in April and May, we'll start creating the master schedule. So all these things tied together. So I've taken you through the programs of study. Thank you for your patience and your interest in that. New archived courses, looking to the future, miscellaneous revisions and next steps. Thank you. And any other questions, I'm happy to go through anything. This was a major overhaul, so I appreciate you letting me take you through all of it.
I just want to applaud Michelle for taking the board in regards to the whole journey. Not only did you see the course catalog, but you see how a school is scheduled for the next year, how each one is interconnected, from the student selection to the course catalog to the counselors to the master plan to staffing and so forth. So that was fantastic.
Yeah, could I just do the same thing? Because she very modestly thanked the division leaders, but the years and hours that she's put in collaboratively building these sequences, and for it all to come together, I know she's excited about it, because it's the culmination of a lot of work over time. So thanks, Michelle.
And one more thing, a shout out. You hear career pathways over and over. Remember when we were school, you do high school, figure it out when you go to college. Folks, this is revolutionary. We got a career pathway basically from 9th grade to where folks, I want to hear stories 15 years from now. You know, Fenton High School got me to that automotive job, straight from high school, making $70, $80, $90,000. That's the kind of stories, that's the kind, I think, the fruits of the labor that's being sown here will produce.
You know, I remember hearing about CTE right from when I first got on the board and how important it is, you know, how that we, you know, take our kids, you know, not everybody is classroom oriented, and we need to get them into the trades, and that's what's suffering, and this takes them in a different direction. So I'm glad to see that there is the focus on that. I do have a few questions. if
Yeah,
you don't mind.
absolutely.
Okay, so back to the English. When, you know, 10 years ago, we had oral communication and we had written communication, but is the oral communication just kind of like gone by the wayside of the oral?
No, in terms of our English classes, we have competencies in every one of our English courses for reading, writing, listening, and speaking. So the listening and speaking is now fully integrated into the courses. So it's not just, I'm going to learn it over here in this class, but I'm going to learn it in every English class I take.
Okay, so on the workplace experiences, and it says, you know, that you get high school credit for these?
Yes.
How are these graded? How are these evaluated to come
Right,
up with
so we have employability competencies that we ensure that the students are self-monitoring themselves on, the businesses are monitoring them on, and we're monitoring them on.
Okay. There's a couple typos that I can show that you guys.
I'm sorry. There actually was another mistake where I accidentally put algebra, or automotives 2 as being archived, but it's not being archived. We're keeping it, so sorry about that.
So I noticed in the reading courses that it said stuff about Common Core standards. I thought we didn't have Common Core anymore. What?
No, there's courses that are based on Common Core. We don't use that as our sole standard set. We take a look at, like for science, let's say it's NGSS, as well as Common Core, as well as ISTE standards, and we've brought them together in competencies per department. But reading is our sole source of, most of those standards come right out of Common Core. There's not another set of like reading standards nationally that we can refer back to on that.
What happened before Common Core?
It's Illinois state standards, and that's pretty much the same thing.
Okay. In the past, I've noticed that like we have distinct math tracks, like you're going math, you know, math 1, 2, 3, or you're going to go accelerated. But the course, when I was looking at the book, it was there's like no pathway to follow. Like, so it seems like it would be confusing to me as a student or parent to try to figure out like, well, what classes am I supposed to be taking? Is there a better way to lay it out, or is there, or am I just?
Thanks, that's fair enough. Yeah, right, where you have these programs to study and like what the level courses are for that, but we don't necessarily have the distinct pathway. There's a reason for it, but I also can understand putting that in the future. With the change to integrated math, we don't want to pin students into a track either. We want to make sure that if students are ready to move into an accelerated coursework or an AP coursework, they're not just thought to be in one singular
Well,
track.
you could have it like the
Yeah,
graph going,
you do like this.
You know, they could go to here, to here, to here, or they go here, to here,
Yeah.
you know.
It becomes pretty
Right.
webby So as we work through those webs, we're like, you know what? We can explain this to families when they come in, especially if they're going to be recommended for an accelerated coursework. And the teachers do a really nice job of helping students understand their pathway through that.
We
And
do have
counselors.
like grade levels though, so, I mean,
Yeah,
base
with
it on that, I mean, yeah, there are a couple of courses at like this nine through 12,
Mhm.
and then some are just 12, you know, so,
Right.
you know, if you're in ninth grade, you can't take the 12th grade
Yeah.
course, so.
Right.
But,
Mhm.
yeah.
Because I had
That's
kids
fair
in
enough.
both tracks, you know, so I know
Mhm.
that there's some fit some places and others didn't. And,
Yeah.
we have a lot of bilingual classes. So are the classes taught primarily in English with Spanish assistance, or how are bilingual classes taught? Because I
So
think it
there's a
would be a
difference-
real disservice to them to only speak in English, or in
Yeah,
Spanish.
no, their goal is to help them develop English proficiency. That's the
Okay.
goal. They can't do that without speaking English with them. But they also, there's definitely times where they have to resort back to, a native language to ensure understanding.
Sure.
So no, it's a combination. It's a multilingual approach. And there's a difference between the EL, right, English language learning classes, or English language and literature courses versus the bilingual. Right, like those are the students who are testing on access score at a level 1 or sometimes a level 2. That means their English language is very limited in terms of the proficiency. So I think our teachers do a really nice job of balancing that. I mean, I know kids are prepped in those bilingual classes to say certain things in the hallway. Like they'll come up to me and be like, I like your shoes, and then I'll hear it from another kid 10 minutes later. I'm like, oh, they're working on complimenting, right? So no, they do both languages for sure.
Okay, all right. I would hope so, because,
Yeah.
you know, like I said, I think it would be a disservice for them not to be exposed to more English and, you know.
Yeah, no, I've observed the classes, and they're definitely using both and lean towards the English.
Okay, and now the civics class. We have one semester of civics and social studies. And it
Yes.
seems like it would be that there's so much else in there too, that I don't think the kids are getting a lot of civics.
They're getting their civics. I don't mean to counter your argument there, but there's civics embedded in nearly every project that they do. We're required to do a semester of civics. We do a semester of civics. So I can get you more information on it if you'd like.
Okay. And one last thing, I noticed that you're decreasing the amount of service hours that they need to do.
Yes.
Community
Ah,
service.
yes.
And I would like to recommend that we increase the mandatory service hours to 40 hours for graduation. Because it really is easy to get service
Well,
hours.
yeah, we made an adjustment this year due to the pandemic.
Yeah.
Well,
So, because if you look at, depending on what year, like last year, there could be some virtual opportunities or maybe some opportunities, so that was the driver for that. It wasn't not to emphasize, it was simply for that reason.
I mean, working at the food bank, you know, they could do 5 hours. They could get 25 hours in a month easily by standing outside and passing out food on Saturday morning. You know, the hours are there. The help, there are plenty of places out there that need help.
Yep.
And maybe we just,
I'd love to see more service learning in our social studies courses and English courses and all of those as well. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying where we had to go this year with the pandemic was try to understand that last year there were probably not enough opportunities for them.
I
Yeah,
would agree. And
right.
the students were not allowed to do certain
Right.
things.
Correct.
But now the things are open, and I think that we should not say, oh, well, sorry, can do it. But, well, no, let's get adventuresome. Let's look for other opportunities. Let's figure out other ways. Can you help somebody read? Can you read to them online? Things like that. There were definitely ways to do it and to get creative. And I think that we should encourage them to do that, because the service opportunities are out there.
Right. I think it's fair to say we're not discouraging kids. I remember speaking during graduation, I know our requirement is 40, but there are some kids who are doing thousands, remember?
Well,
Thousands
yeah,
at community
yeah, but there are
services
some
like that.
kids who are like barely squeaking out 25
Right.
hours in 4
And I think we
years.
gotta, yep, I totally agree. One side of that is that, you know, if you look at some of our high flyers, or not so high flyers there, they just are out of time. They're exhausted. They still have to be kids. They gotta get their sleep. And there's many of our kids who are working 30, 40 hours on a weekly basis. So we gotta be cognizant of that as well. I think we need to have some studies in regards to where it was and where we want to go, and we need some voices from the students, we need some voices from the parents, as well as the board members, obviously, but we also want to protect that family time for our kids. So we got to look at this holistically. We're one of the rare schools in Illinois that require community service, and we're proud of that. But to increase it all of a sudden by 10 hours, 20 hours, I think we need definitely a discussion, a thorough discussion, which involves many of our stakeholders. But if that's something that we need to do, but let's do it after the pandemic. I think that's fair to say.
Because there are other, I just so happened that I was, I work at a pantry, and there was a student at the Proviso Math and Science Academy. Theirs are 40 hours. I'm just wondering if it's ever 40 hours.
Right. And let's not also forget, we're encouraging, hey, look, on top of your community service, we also want you to take at least one extracurricular, right? We're doing that because we know if you take an extracurricular course, your GPA goes up usually by a whole percentage point, right, and so forth. So we're also trying to make sure, hey, they participate at school on extracurricular. That's just one aspect of it, but yeah, if we need to make that study, we will.
Yeah, and if we have to go back and amend the course catalog for that piece of the catalog, because it's represented in there, then after we have this discussion or study, we can go back and do that. Then we've gone back and made minor adjustments, like with fees last year, we amended the catalog, so we can do that after we go through those discussions, for sure. That's if we approve this one tonight, so.
Great
Hope you feel like we're headed in the
questions.
right direction.
Any other questions? I just have a couple. Is there, in terms of Perkins grants and maximizing the opportunity that we have here, do we have a projection on how much it's going to increase, or?
I don't.
No.
They restructured it twice on us in the last year, and we're not quick to get all the information that we need.
Okay.
We had enough to design these. Now, we will be going through a needs assessment from some of this work we've done and some of the work that we're doing right now. But I don't have that projection, but I can look into that.
Sure. And then as far as the community workplace program, just imagining, one of my kids going to get these jobs, I'm sure we've thought about it, but I just want to vocalize it. In terms of vetting the environment that they're going to be working in, just on that level, I'm sure we have a process in place.
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
Right now, we've had an internship course here for quite a while. We actually have a compiled list of most employers that are willing to work with us that we've had partnerships with for years. But we're also establishing new ones, and a lot of those are being established with the help of
Those
our
nonprofits, those
Regional
partners.
Office of Education and a not-for-profit called GPS.
Okay,
And they were really experienced in that too, but there's definitely a process,
thank you.
of course.
I just do want to echo what Sam and James said about appreciating the vision and the dedication, the passion, the effort, the work, the collaboration, the thoughtfulness that went into this. I see it, and I appreciate that. Do we have any other questions, guys? Okay. Then we will take a vote on it. So may I have a motion that the Board of Education approve the 2022-2023 Fenton High School course catalog as presented?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, thank you, guys. And Mary, can I get a roll call, please?
Figueroa,
Yes.
Haid,
Yes.
Jallowit,
Yes.
Redzinski,
Yes.
Tinkle Pong.
Yes, and motion passed. Next agenda is our 2021-2024 SEIU contractual agreement.
It's been long awaited. It's finally here. It was ratified by SEIU, and we would like to recommend that the board approve this contract.
Yes. Sorry.
And shout out to Patty, who sat in all of negotiations. Thank you, Patty.
For Patty and this ratification. So, questions? If no questions, we're just gonna go right to
This
votes.
is everything as presented, nothing's changed?
Yes, sir.
May I have a motion that the Board of Education approve the 2021-2024 contractual agreement between the Service Employees International Union, the SEIU, and the Board of Education as presented?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, John.
Second.
Thank you, Sylvia. Roll call, please, Mary?
Haid,
Yes.
Jallowit,
Yes.
Redzinski,
Yes.
Figueroa,
Yes.
Tinkle Pong.
Yes, motion passed. Now we get to the discussion-only items. The 2021 Resolution Committee Report. This is that packet we have here.
Oh.
Discussions, questions, the ISB resolution?
Did you have an introduction?
Sorry?
I thought you
Oh, sure. You know, I'm sure you guys had a chance to look through it. You know, school board, we're an association. We're school board members, and these are recommendations based on our association. It is not law, so there's something to keep in mind. But it is up to us to decide, you know, what parts of it represent our values of our school, our constituents, you know, how we want to lead the school. But a lot of it is consistent, I think, with what we're looking to do. But I'll start. Let me go through my notes here. Well, number one is, do you guys have any questions about the resolution? I know it's pretty extensive.
May I make a suggestion, President?
Yeah, sure.
I think we should move to this. As you know, the task was to read this, and if there are no questions, any suggestions, we follow the recommendation of your association. So I could start, we could help with if there's any clarifications. Let's start if there's 2 or 3 questions in particular, but it's pretty straightforward to that. Was there something that wasn't confusing to folks that we could clarify? Kit, you wanted to go first? Was there something?
Yeah, you know, I looked a lot of it over. You know, it was pretty extensive. So some things that, not so much that I'm against, but just want to make notes on is, you know, student safety and protection plan, which is item 2. The green and clean and green energy. We were talking about how we have programs in place. Our association's also a proponent of, you know, Illinois legislation that is a proponent of sustainability as well, which helps schools like us fund projects. You've got the one thing that I saw too is how the association is a proponent of landscaping fund, which we talk about flooding all the time, so this would be something that we'd want to get behind. And then
What number is that?
this is the number 13. Yep.
I said no.
You said no to that?
Yeah,
Or-
I think we should keep it local. I think any, you know, that should be something that we do locally and not come from the state.
When we look at that statement or the resolution, as I understand it, it's a proponent of getting funding for.
From the Congress of the United States, from the national.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, why not? I mean, of course we can do local and we can make decisions on our own as well, but
Well,
it gives us funding.
The only thing is the more it's not a local thing, the more you are at, you don't get to make decisions locally. So if we're taking funding from a federal source, then we don't get to make decisions locally.
Right, but we do make decisions on accepting those funds or not.
So why urge the Congress of the United States to?
Well, that gives us funding sources. So when we look at, this is again, how I see it. When you look at sources of funding, also the climate of financial uncertainty that we're in, it's always good to have options, in my mind. Not that we'll take the funding, but at least if we're provided that option to see the agreement, you know, I just appreciate that option.
No,
No, go ahead.
no.
Okay.
They recommend to say not, and again, I'm with Perry, and I believe it's not gonna pass. Believe me. Is this just a proposal?
Right.
So the proposal is gonna take forever. How long? 10, 15 years, 20? So we're gonna be waiting 20 years for that? Definitely not.
Yeah. Point taken.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point, because it states the board shall urge Congress to do
Yeah.
something. So, you know, I
You
don't
need
know
to
that's
push.
necessarily gonna translate into any quick action. I think is your point, right, Leo? Yeah.
Okay. Any other statements? The other one that I was noted on is 18, which is charter schools, just the treatment funding.
I didn't get that far. I switched back to the curriculum. So, tell me about 18.
No,
Go ahead, Leo.
no. Just look at the history of Chicago schools, how they are. So we're gonna accept that charter school? So our kids are gonna be selected, they got to make a test in order to be accepted in this school? I said no.
They have to test to be accepted?
Yes.
That's
In
what this is saying?
Chicago, in order to go to those schools, they got to be tested.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, when I read all through all these charters, I mean, clearly there's some sections you could, see who's submitting this,
Yeah.
where there's a charter school movement. I'm not familiar with one developing around here, but in areas where there is, the issue becomes, what is the role of the school district versus the charter school? And for 18, basically, it looked like they were just trying to establish that there is some role for the local school board. However, I mean, honestly, is it a moot point in our community? I don't know of any movement towards charter schools, so that's some food for thought.
Here's the big picture with charter schools, okay? Charter schools are putting in schools all over Illinois to compete with public education. That's number one. What does that mean, to compete? It's all about funding, okay? So the government is basically saying, hey, look, this isn't what, there's one definitely in Gurney, right? They're battling there. And it's basically taking public education money and putting it to another school, okay? So this one right here for 18 is saying, you're doing this in our community, and there is a 5-year authorization, so to stay another 5 years. We want some voice in that process. They do not have any voice in that process. Let's say there's a charter school down the street here that opens up. They're taking our funding that we talked about, whether it's grant funding, whether it's state funding, whether it's federal grant, funding. So where we can't feed our kids, when we're not getting Perkins grant, okay? They're doing that, and it's hurting our school, right? And it's gonna be authorized again for another 5 years. We got no say into it. What this is saying is that this board, our board, the Board of Education, can ask questions at least, or can resist that reauthorization. Get community voice on that. That's what this is really talking about. When you hear charter school, think about funding. think about funding. And you guys know charter school is not a public school, okay? We take all kids. Okay, students with IEPs, ELL bilingual, okay? It's selective over there. Okay, so that's what this is all about. That's why it's recommend to adopt. Your association says, adopt this. We want some skin in the game. We want our voice to be heard.
And yet there are a lot of charter schools, like the next one about schools at risk students. I mean, there are charter schools up in Arlington Heights and, you know, that have some alternative education that, and they're open to the public. I mean, it just gives the parents a choice as to where to send their child, right? Gives some, like if one school is better for them than, like say, the public school, like maybe this at-risk school is better for their child, and so it gives them, a charter school gives the parents a choice, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like
Well,
where-
this one is really saying is, like what I said earlier, they do not have to take at-risk. They do
Right.
not have to take ELL. What
That's,
they're saying is, if you're gonna do that, you better take all students, right? And what this will come out to, think about that, right? If they don't have to take all students, okay, one of those entities, a public education and charter, are gonna have all those students. And I don't mean anything like that, a particular type of students. So we gotta really be careful with that one. Right now, as you know, it's a selection process for some of the charter schools, and they're being very selective, and I wonder which students are they choosing. So once again, charter school, it's funding, it's selective. Those are the key words, and you're gonna hear this over. We're gonna do this again next year, charter school. Where is your association lining up to this? It's very clear. We want to protect our funding. We want to protect public education.
yeah, that's why I brought this up, was because this is going to come up. The way I understand the association is we want to keep public schools democratized, right?
Yes.
So not privatized. And you've got the public schools that are subject to school board and democracy or votes or constituents where charter schools and, you know, partly privatized, but also getting entitled funding. So where the association stands, again, from what I understand, is they're trying to protect the funding for us and also promote school boards.
I think in that statement right here, I'll read it what it says, what your association saying. Without a legislative cure, state-authorized charter schools are allowed to perpetuate discriminatory practices. That's the key word there, that at risk. We know what they're talking about there, right? To deter at-risk students to enroll in their schools. Okay.
Okay.
Your association recommends to do adopt that, okay? So that doesn't happen.
So our adoption is not supporting the schools, it's protecting our rights and our funding.
Correct.
So you read it all the way
Yes.
through, we're protecting ourselves.
Correct.
And
So we're healthy.
keeping that voice by adopting this. So it's not that we're supporting them, we're.
Correct.
Got it, all right, so
Yeah,
clear as mud.
Right, that
These are the
seems to be
ones
a
that are.
common theme through
Yeah.
all of, whatever
Yeah, there's three of
the
them.
number, right.
18, 19, and
Right.
20 are all basically,
That's the
when you really
common.
get down to it and read deep, and 21, kind of, but not directly. They all say basically the same thing in different ways. Imagine that.
So we take a vote on this? Any other discussions?
There's a lot of wisdom in your association as you read through this. And they've been at this game for decades and decades. There's some grace there. So if you have questions there, we still got this. Kid's gonna take that vote on Saturday. There's still time on that, so you could have that one-on-one conversation.
Are we satisfied with the discussions though here?
Are we letting you know our opinion? Are we gonna go through and take votes, or what?
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
We can. Let's do that.
I mean,
Let's do
is that, I don't,
It's really your call. This is your association. Do you want I do not want to give you my recommendation, but it seems like you guys want to just put a thumbs up, thumbs down. That's what
Yeah.
I'm seeing. I could take that for you, and you could go through it, Kit. And I got the cheat sheet here.
I was really, just so you know, I was ready to follow the recommendations as presented. So
Yes.
Yeah.
that was my position, to follow the recommendations as
Same here.
presented, because
Yes.
they are
Yeah.
saying adopt and don't
Okay.
adopt.
Yeah.
And I was comfortable with those. If anybody is different than that,
Yeah.
I'm just letting you know right
Okay.
now.
That was the homework, right?
Right.
So,
I was just
That
gonna
was the
follow as the recommendations of the
I-
committee. I didn't have any real severe disagreements. I
Right.
was on the fence on a couple of them, but it is the association of the whole state, not just us, and we don't necessarily have to follow their recommendation. It's just another tool in our toolbox, so I was ready to just follow the recommendations as printed. Nothing jumped out at me to where I was countering that.
Okay, that's,
Some other people may, so I'm good, I'm out.
That's good
I'm
vote.
this way and this way, depending on what it said.
Sylvia's a good vote. Yeah, I'm a good vote.
I'm just seeing if any of mine disagree with,
Okay,
good, yeah. That's
a
that's
fair
part
way
of
to
the
do it.
exercise,
Yeah,
yes.
Absolutely.
yeah.
There's a certain
I
line.
guess I wasn't a very good teacher to give out homework, I guess. Dr. Benson
Hey,
here.
did you grade the homework?
No,
Not yet.
I'm gonna have to redo
And,
the test.
You know, what I stated earlier was items that I thought was good for discussion.
Yes.
It wasn't,
on number 8, do we know anything about the science of reading curriculum?
Sure, let's see, number 8.
Is it, I mean, it sounds like it's just going back to like basic phonics and.
Okay, there is Michelle, you could help me out with this one.
Yeah.
There's a war in reading, right? There is whole language where you read, right? And it comes out, being an immigrant and an ELL student, I wouldn't say it right, but I'm trying, right? And there's strictly phonics. And what this is saying is that, what this number 8 is saying is science of a reading curriculum.
At the elementary.
At the elementary
Very
level,
elementary.
right?
Right.
And what your association is, it's too restrictive. It just can't be phonics. Some folks are good at phonics, and that's it, Some folks just want to do purely phonics. Some folks just want to do whole language, all right? And I think best practice is, this is just me, I'm stepping in here, you got to do both, right? Some kids are not always the same. And that's why your association recommends do not adopt. This one district here in Waukegan saying, we just want to do phonics. Okay? That's a quick version of it.
Okay.
so providing choices.
Okay, so, number 7, the
Number 7.
indigenous people curriculum inclusion.
Yeah.
I know it says recommends to adopt, and I would think that it's part of our US history. What would be different about, we should be learning about the Native American culture as all part of our US history, isn't it?
I could take that one.
Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, someone that last year went through the 4-year probes through the ROE of what's required. There are so many things that are required, exactly like you said that we do, like you have to teach the Holocaust, or you have to, there's a wide variety. So I think, honestly, many of those things, to your point, Patty, were like check, 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 check. But I think what they're saying is that they want to have that up there with some of the other requirements that districts should be doing. I agree, we would already be doing this, but I guess, when you look at the
But if you have a good,
recommendation to adopt, that would be consistent with, like, 4 years from now, when we go through the same process, there's gonna be more areas where it is mandatory that you need to demonstrate curricularly that you're providing that kind of instruction, so.
So even if it was mandated, we would take our curricular resources and say, yep, we do it.
Right.
We already do it.
Exactly.
Which a lot of times, that's what happens. They give us a mandated unit of study,
Mhm.
then we go back and we look at our curriculum and say, yep, it's there. A lot of times, it's nothing new.
Okay. And number 10, I say no drug money.
No drug money, okay, for cannabis funding?
Yeah. I don't want 20% of drug money.
Another perspective of that, just throw it out there, it's, once again, it's a money resource, absolutely. And cannabis is legal. If you're 18 years old, just like.
Federally, it's not legal.
Which
I
one?
mean, you can't, in the
Yeah.
military, you can't be smoking pot. So it's only legal in certain states. But I'm just saying, it's still drug money. You know, and I think morally, I think it would not be the right thing to do. So I would say no on number 10. It's my vote.
Yep.
We accept that vote.
Hmm?
We accept the vote. So no on that for Patty. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Patty. All right, so if nothing else, we'll move on. Okay. Committee reports. Go with Bensonville Community Foundation. Anything going on? No, okay. Board DEI Committee, nothing's going on there. Finance Facilities, we went through that today, nothing going on. I just got signed on as a delegate, so I have nothing to report. We have a delegate meeting that's coming Saturday, and we just went over some of the resolutions here today. Lend? Patty?
Len, no meeting.
No meeting. And then NetSec?
You have a meeting on Monday.
Yeah.
Okay, and Board Policy Committee?
We've got a bunch
ju-
to go over next month.
Just before that,
Sure.
the DE committee, when you guys gonna meet?
Yeah,
It's been a while.
Well, you know, I think we haven't really defined meetings, but I think me and Sylvia need to get with it on that. So
Yeah.
let's report back to you guys next meeting, and we'll have something decided. Does that sound good?
Perfect.
What were you gonna say?
Yeah.
No, just, my question is when, because it's been a while since that committee was formed, and we haven't heard anything from you guys.
Yeah.
No news is good news.
No, but still,
Well, we've reported a couple times, but it's been a while. You're right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so with the next board meeting is Wednesday, December 15th, 2021 at 7 p.m. with a board policy committee meeting scheduled at 6 p.m. prior to the regular meeting. Now we're going to go into closed session, so may I have a motion and a second to go into closed session for the purpose of the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee of the public body or against legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity. However, a meeting to consider an increase in compensation to a specific employee of the public body that is subject to the Local Government Wage Increase Transparency Act may not be closed and shall be open to the public and posted and held in accordance with this Act, 5 Illinois CS 120, 2C1, and collective negotiating matters between the public body and its employees or their representatives, or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees, 5 Illinois CS 122C2, and the selection of a person to fill a public office. As defined in the Open Meetings Act, including a vacancy in the public office, when the public body is given power to appoint under law or ordinance, or the discipline, performance, or removal of the occupant of a public office, when the public body is given power to remove the occupant under law or ordinance. 5 Illinois CS 122C3. May I have a motion, please?
so move.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you, guys. Roll call?
Jelwick,
Yes.
Radzinski,
Yes.
Figueroa,
Yes.
Page,
Yes.
Ting-Pao-Pong.
Yes. And we're in closed session. Do you guys want to take a break real quick? session. And do I have a motion to adjourn?
I
Oh.
yeah.
Go ahead.
I motion we adjourn this meeting.
Okay, roll call, please.
Figueroa,
Yes.
Page,
Yes.
Jelwick,
Yes.
Brzezinski,
Yes.
Tinkle-Pong.
Yes. Motion passed. We are adjourned. Thank you
Thank you.
for sticking it out.
Thank you.